Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Wall Township Board of Education meeting for January 18th, 2022. Please stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Smythe, could we have the sunshine statement and roll call, please?
Yes, this is the Wall Township Board of Education meeting, which adequate notice under the Open Public Meeting Act was provided to a notice in the CoStar, Asbury Park Press, all Wall Township Public Schools, Township Administrative Office, Board Administration Office on January 6, 2022. At this time, I'm going to hold off on taking a roll call. We have 2 vacancies on the Board of Education. One of those vacancies has been filled. We had a vacancy created on the night of our reorganization meeting on January 4th because an elected member did not accept a seat on the Board of Education. By statute, that vacancy needs to be filled not by the Board of Education, but by the County Executive Superintendent. So we advertised for that vacancy on January 6th. Applications were provided to the County Executive Superintendent, Dr. Les Richens. Their office conducted interviews, and on January 13th, they advised the candidate, as well as the district, that Mr. Thomas Buffa has been appointed to the Wall Township Board of Education for a term of 1 year, or till our next reorganization meeting, which will be the first week in January of 2023. At this time, Mr. Buffa, I'm going to ask you to come up. First of all, I'm going to congratulate you for being appointed to the Board of Education. This time we'll take the oath of office. If you would raise your right hand, please, and repeat after me. I'll read the whole first paragraph. I, Thomas Buffa, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and this state under the authority of the people, so help me God.
I, Thomas Buffa, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and this state under the authority of the people, so help me God.
I, Thomas Buffa, do solemnly swear or affirm that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law for the office of member of a Board of Education, and that I am not disqualified as a voter pursuant to RS 19-4-1, nor disqualified due to a conviction of a crime or offense listed in NJSA 18A-12-1, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of this office according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
I, Thomas Buffa, do solemnly swear that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law for the office of member of a Board of Education, and that I am not disqualified as a voter pursuant to RS 19-4-1, nor disqualified due to conviction of a crime or offense listed in NJS 18A-12-1, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations. You're sworn in.
Thank you.
Just sign your name, and I'll take that sheet. And I'll take that. You have that copy for your record.
Thank you.
As well as, for the record, just ask Mr. Buffa to sign the acknowledgement that he's receiving the Code of Ethics, which will be attached. You can sign your name and return that near door. Thank you.
Congratulations. Now can we have a roll call, Mr. Smythe?
Yes, you can. Mr. Buffa.
Here.
Mr. Hall. Here. Ms. Hodnett.
Here.
Mr. Nasser. Mr. Sanfilippo.
Here.
Ms. Stites.
Here.
Mr. Wondrak. Here. Mr. Anizio.
Here. Thank you. Okay, at this time, could I have a motion for number 3 on the agenda to go into executive session for letters A, D, G, and H on the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Could I have a second? Second, Mr. Wondrak. Any questions, discussions? Seeing none, all in favor?
All right.
All right, okay, thank you. We will be back at approximately 6:30.
It'll be quick.
Yeah, it's a quick one.
You gotta skip.
Good evening. At this time, we will reconvene our meeting to start interviews for the Board of Education vacancy. But Mr. Smythe, can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Buffa?
Here.
Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Hyman?
Here.
Ms. Astor? Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Ms. Slade?
Here.
Mr. Weinberg? Here. Mr. Andy here.
Thank you. All right. We are ready for number one, please.
Hello.
Good evening. Welcome. Thank you for applying. Just a couple little notes. There's going to be 9 questions we're going to go around asking you, and we are going to ask everybody the same question. You know, we're going to keep apples to apples.
Fantastic.
So if you're ready, I will start with question number 1.
Sure.
What is your understanding of the role? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Would you like to give your name just so everybody knows?
Sure. I'm Dan Buckus. I'm a Wall resident for 20 years.
Perfect. Okay. All right. So question 1, what is your understanding of the role of the Board of Education and the role of a board member?
So a board, in my understanding, is really the architect or the arbiter of the policies, the processes of the district. Really, you know, creating those policies, updating them, keeping them when they work, working with the superintendent or the CEO of the school system on enabling her or him to work through those processes and keep the district running smoothly.
Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Hall?
Every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
I think that the committees that I look at the Wall Township School Board that I could lend some experience to are really the Finance and Facilities Committee and the Personnel Committee first and foremost. Professional experience, I'm currently an executive member on an executive board of a publicly traded consumer goods company. So we're cross-functionally with all of the finance departments of the different functions, and we also do the talent management of a 400-person organization from executive level down to street level. So I think my professional experience will lend itself to those committees. Now, my civic duty, the reason I'm here is I have an opportunity working from home, less travel, business travel than I've had in the past, that really allows me to be here tonight. And I've always had that sort of want to exercise my civic duty, but for scheduling reasons, I've never had that capability. So that's kind of the timing of me being here.
Okay. As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how will you respond? Please explain in detail.
So I guess it would depend on what I was approached with. I know that, you know, if it's something that relates to a teacher or some of the curriculum, my understanding is that you'd bring that to the board or bring it to the superintendent, depending on who the recipient should be. I would never give them an answer directly. I would never act on behalf of the board individually. So, you know, I don't know the exact process for that, but I think that's my understanding, and that's how I would respond.
Confidentiality is an essential component of our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you are in a discussion with a member of the community and they are seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session?
Well, confidentiality is something I do my day-to-day job, and understand that, what I can tell others and what I shouldn't. I think a lot of the angst and from what I've seen in the board meetings is around communication, and I think the expectation is that board member or superintendent can kind of give more information than either legally, ethically, or morally what they can do. So I would have to know what I can, communicate, and what I would have to hold close to the vest. But I have a lot of experience in being confidential with things that need to be kept confidential.
Mr. Buckus, good evening.
Hello.
With the potential for a referendum being on the horizon, what are your thoughts on how to garner community support?
Well, again, I think communication is certainly the key. Current topics have everybody sort of on edge, and the communication flow between board and public doesn't seem to be in sync. And I think a lot of that is just the COVID and some of the things that have happened recently. But communication, both to and from the board, is key to getting ahead of a referendum and just ensuring that the district runs smoothly. And I think right now, the communications game is somewhat being lost. Perception is reality, and getting out ahead of things would be my suggestion.
Thank you.
What does success for the law schools look like to you?
Well, I guess fulfilling the mission of the district, right? Allowing and empowering our students to develop as students, as people, emotionally, socially, from an education standpoint. So fulfilling the mission of the district and allowing the children, the students, to become their best selves, and giving them the opportunities to do what they want to do post schoolwork.
Good evening. What do you believe are the few of the most important issues facing our school system now and for the next 5 years? How would you address them as a board member?
So I think certainly some of the immediate concerns around COVID are the most important and seem to have the most attention of the public. And hopefully they're short-lived, short-term. So, there's a lot of noise around that. I'd like to look past that noise as a board member and really focus on longer-term strategic plans for the district, things around curriculum and technology advances, making sure that our students have those new technologies available to them, making sure that the curriculum is, diverse enough that it offers opportunities for students that are going to end their education at the end of grade 12 all the way up to those that are going to go on through graduate school. So longer term strategic areas around curriculum, around technology, around having the right facilities as the town continues to grow.
Okay, next question, sir. What do you see as the strength of the school district, and what areas do you see most needing improvement in the district?
Sure. So I'll go to curriculum. I see that as a strength. Curriculum, not just educational, but some of the initiatives are around character building. My children, I have 3 children in the district, and enjoy the sort of the character forward approach that certainly the grammar schools have incorporated over the last few years. From a curriculum standpoint, I think the school district does a good job of having the right curriculum at the right grade level. And, I think currently from an education standpoint, our students are leave here ready for whatever comes next in their education. And as I mentioned earlier, I think right now the communication issue is probably what the district is you know, a little behind in. Getting ahead of some of the issues that are at hand, really being forward with anything you can be forward with, recognizing that there is confidentiality around certainly some of the football incidents, but also COVID, and making sure the community understands what you can do, where your hands are tied, and you know, what to bring to these meetings and bring to you.
All right, number 9. Are you familiar with the time commitments expected of a board member in terms of meetings and preparation? Are you able to meet those commitments?
Not exactly, and that was a question I had for the board. I have a understanding in talking with a few people, but I don't know the specifics. So if you can give me a little more detail, I'd appreciate that.
Well, we have a public business meeting every month. We have special meetings when it comes to the budget, sometimes several over the course of a few months. And we have committee meetings, usually the first week of the month, made up of 4 board members that last a couple hours for finance, facilities, curriculum, personnel, and policy.
And those are all usually non-business hours?
Yes, they're in the evening.
Okay. Well, then yes, I can fulfill those responsibilities.
Okay. All right. That's all we have. Did you have any questions? Anything you wanted to add?
No, that's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate
your
it.
time.
Good evening.
Hello,
Hi. Just your name for everybody.
Kathleen DiGiovanni.
Welcome. Thank you for applying. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told the last gentleman. We're going to ask you 9 questions. We're all going to go around and ask you. That way, we're comparing apples to apples. So I will start with question number 1. Do you have any questions before we start?
No,
Okay. What is your understanding of the role of a Board of Education and the role of a board member?
okay. Well, the Board of Education is tasked with the responsibility of overseeing the school district, the budgets, hiring, complying with state, local, federal, if applicable, statutes and regulations in regards to the administration of the school, working with Dr. Handerhan and the other principals of the middle school and the 4 elementary schools in making sure that the school district runs the best that we can and in sticking with our budget.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hall?
Good evening. Every board member brings strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
Well, I'm going to answer that question with why I'm here, okay? As you know, I came before the board in October meeting to bring my concerns regarding the lack of elementary librarians. That is not why I'm here. What then transpired was we had a very serious hazing, bullying, and intimidation situation arise out of a locker room incident. Like most parents, I became concerned. Based upon my dozen years as a prosecutor and my last decade as a civil trial attorney, I knew that this situation was only going to grow and decided that I wanted to help the district. So I sent in my letter of intent to join the board. So those are the strengths that I'm going to bring, my experience on both criminal and civil litigation matters. And I think that's the most pressing issue before this district today. And I can expand on that if further question warrants.
Good evening. As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how will you respond? Please explain in detail.
Well, I would answer their question to the best of my ability if I was able to. If it didn't violate any HIPAA violations or minors' privacy or any statutes, codes, and regulations. I'm going to answer their questions if I can. If I have an answer, if I don't, I'll say, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer for your question, but let me look into that and let me get back to you. And I would do my very best to follow through on each and every one of those questions. And I think that's one of the biggest issues right now that the board is constantly facing is this lack of transparency. The community as a whole, being a member of it, people feel that the board isn't being transparent, isn't answering their questions, isn't telling them what's going on. And this board serves the community. It is not a private entity, it is a public entity. And what the board does is public knowledge and public business. And I think we have an obligation as board members to answer those questions and bring the information to the citizens of what we're doing here.
Confidentiality is an essential component of our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you're in a discussion with a member of the community and they are seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session?
If it's confidential, I wouldn't answer the question. I would say, I'm sorry, but that's confidential. It would violate, again, one of the statutes, codes, and regulations that govern what we do here as a board, or HIPAA, or a minor's privacy rights.
Hi, Ms. DiGiovanni, how are you?
Good.
Thank you for coming tonight.
You're welcome.
With the potential for a referendum being on the horizon, what are your thoughts on how to garner community support?
Well, it would depend on what the referendum is. I think you need to bring that to, I think we have a variety of different ways to get this information out to the public. And I think the board has been starting to engage more in direct access with social media, but that would be one way to get that information out. Obviously, you have the referendum on the website of the school district. And of course, good old-fashioned word of mouth. If it's something that is important to the district that the community needs to know and they're going to vote on, they need to have the information and make an informed decision as to what they feel would be in the best interests of the district so they can vote appropriately. I mean, are you talking about a referendum that is going to be voted on or a referendum that's going to be decided on by the board?
Well, voted on. So with the potential of a referendum on the horizon, what are your thoughts on how to garner community support?
Okay, and that's how we would do that, through the various social medias and good old-fashioned word of mouth.
Thank you.
What does success for the Wall schools look like to you?
Well, right now, I think, again, let's go back to the reason why I'm here. I'm here because we have a very serious situation. And as I feared, you know, this situation is getting worse and will continue to get worse. I think it's naive to believe that the criminal charges brought against the students will be the only ones. And there's the inevitable civil lawsuits being brought by the victims of the hazing, bullying, and intimidation crisis that faced this district. This district is under intense negative criticism from our citizens, the entire state, and of course the media, not just local, but on a national stage as well. And I'm, for one, you know, I'm embarrassed, and we need to focus on repairing the once stellar reputation of this district. We need to change. The district needs to change, and we need to change here on the board. I'm here because I want to help. No one currently on this board has the experience in criminal and civil litigation that I do. And as a board member, I cannot give legal advice, but I can work to help the district navigate this dire and costly crisis. Moving forward, I want to help the district dissect the culture of bullying, hazing, and intimidation and make strong and drastic changes in regards to this does not occur again. We have, I think there's 21 such complaints to be discussed at the meeting tonight by Dr. Handerhan, and I think this is outrageous. We need to ensure a safe environment for my son, who's in the 4th grade, will be entering the middle school in just a year and a half, and for all the Wall students. And it seems primarily these complaints are coming from the intermediate school and the high school. So I believe that that's the biggest concerns here at this district at the present time, and we can't ignore them. We need to face them head on, and we need to make changes and grow.
Good evening. What do you believe are a few of the most important issues facing our school system now and for the next 5 years? How would you address them as a board member?
Okay, I think I've answered the first part of your question already. I think we need to look at this very seriously. The litigation that's on the horizon will be with us for the better part of 2 to 5 years at minimum. And I think that I want to help the board, help the district in navigating this. Of course, you're going to have counsel, but I have the experience. I know what's coming. And I want to help us as a district navigate this and get through this successfully and make those necessary changes so we don't have to go through this again. I apologize if I'm repeating myself, but we kind of went on the same topic again. Was that 9? No?
No, we got a few more. Again, kind of the same item. What do you see as the strength of the district? And what do you see is where we need to improve the most?
Okay. Well, I think I've already talked about right now where we need to improve the most. But the strength of this district is part of the reason why I live here. My family and I moved here in 2017 based in large part to this school district and the reputation of this school district. And I think that's our strength. And we need to hone in on that, focus on that, improve on that. And we like I said, we're in a crossroads here. And I think that we can get back to that stellar reputation that brought my family to this district.
All right, number 9. Are you familiar with the time commitments expected of a board member in terms of meetings and preparation? And are you able to meet those commitments?
Yes and yes. As an attorney, I'm used to long hours and hard work. I'm prepared to offer that to this board as well, as in my own practice.
Thank you. We appreciate you applying. Do you have any questions for us?
No. I
Okay.
think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Just your name for everybody?
Steve Frank.
All right. Thank you for putting in for the position. What I've told everybody is we're going to ask you 9 questions, the same exact questions. We're going to go around asking them so we can compare apples to apples. Do you have any questions before we get started?
No.
Okay. So first question is, what is your understanding of the role of the Board of Education and the role of a board member?
Largely, it has to do with budget and the allocation of where monies go, the approval of staffing, an interest in curriculum, but not a mandate from the board for what goes into curriculum. And I guess that's it.
Thank you. Mr. Hall?
Thank you. Good evening. Every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
Well, I was a teacher for about 10 years, so I have that background. I went into a private business after that. I never lost my interest in the educational system, bringing up a family through, through the school system, and now grandkids. As far as being a part of Wall Township, I've only lived here for 4 years, so I don't really have any relationships in the school system. that's probably a good and a bad thing because I have no predetermined agenda coming in here. I assume that you've all seen my background, so you know that I have a pretty diversified background, especially when I was teaching. I was very involved in everything from athletics to the directing school plays to running the school paper, and so I have a very strong appreciation for what good teaching is all about, and look to cultivate that. What was the rest of the questions?
Every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. You mentioned that.
Oh,
What are
okay.
yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
Okay. I'm a good listener. I'm pretty open-minded kind of person. I know that right now is a very challenging time for any school district, and I would like to be, I think that I would be a good part of the decision-making that goes into addressing those problems. The biggest one, I guess, dealing with COVID and all the problems that grow out of that.
Good evening. As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how will you respond? Please explain in detail.
Well, like I said, I'm a good listener. I think I'm a very open-minded kind of person. I'm respectful of everybody. My background has exposed me to every aspect of society, and I think that's an attribute because I'm comfortable around anybody, and I think other people get the same feeling from me. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Confidentiality is an essential component of our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you're in a discussion with a member of the community and they are seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session?
I would not provide it. I understand that confidentiality is important, and I'm not the kind of person that's loose-lipped. I know the situations that is taking place in Wall Township now, and the only thing that I know about it at all is what I read in the papers, and I think that that's a good thing. I think it's important to keep things confidential where they need to be, because as I've read in the paper, rumors spread easily, and I would feel that it's incumbent upon anybody on the board to, whatever's confidential, to keep it that way.
Mr. Frank, how are you? Thank you for coming tonight. With the potential for a referendum being on the horizon, what are your thoughts on how to garner community support?
Is there a particular referendum that you're referring to, or just any referendum?
So we have a referendum that we have been looking at putting together for a number of years now. COVID sort of backtracked it, but the question is in reference specifically, I think, to how to garner community support for the referendum.
I think in light of what seems to be going on today, there are things that can be done to keep the community more apprised of what's going on. One of the things that I had in mind, and I guess this is an outgrowth of my involvement when I was a teacher because I ran the school newspaper, and I think something like having a weekly or monthly newsletter from each school to apprise people of what's happening in that school. I think it could be used as an incentive not only for kids but for teachers also to excel and be recognized for what they're doing. It acts as an incentive for people to be rewarded and recognized for what they're doing. And as far as the referendum, I think that may be able to be incorporated into this kind of thing. I think it's something that can be done with the teachers, maybe with the students on some level, and with the PTA also. So you start to involve parents and get word out or whatever information that you need to get out to the community. Again, without knowing the specific referendum, it's hard for me to be more specific, but that's my answer.
Thank you.
Could you repeat that, please? Basically, student achievement. You know, are the kids being prepared for life? What are they learning? I would probably be a big proponent of a curriculum that emphasizes the basic kind of information that I guess we've all grown up with. The math, the science, the language skills that they need. I think I would like to see, and it may be even done now, but I don't know, emphasis on nutrition, on wellness, on health, on personal health. A lot of what is happening today is tied into the problems that we see with obesity, with compromised systems, and I think that that's something that should be incorporated, especially in light of what we're experiencing now, into the curriculum from early grades right on through high school. And I think that's part of the preparation for what we need to have a healthy, successful life. So I think that would be my idea of, success. I'm sure that the achievement of on college boards, on how many kids are going to college is part of that, but that's only part of it. I think we need to prepare kids for things other than just college, and that kind of ties in with other aspects of curriculum.
Good evening. What do you believe are a few of the most important issues facing our school system now and for the next 5 years? How would you address them as a board member?
One of the big things that I see happening now is staffing issues. I don't know specifically what Wall Township is paying for substitutes, but I know towns around here are paying $200, $250 a day for substitutes because teachers aren't showing up. If this is an issue in Wall Township, I believe that I would look to find ways to incentivize perfect attendance on the part of teachers. I think that that can be done. Having spent so much of my life in the private sector, I realize that you don't need a lot of time off. Teachers have it. I know, having been a teacher, you have so many sick days in your contract, you have so many personal days in your contract, you have family leave, you have other things that you're entitled to. Doesn't mean that you have to take all of that. And the more that a teacher's in the classroom, the more kids are going to be in the classroom. And there is there's a rapport. How can I explain it? There's something that happens with the continuity of having that teacher in the classroom all the time. And so I would be sitting on the board and talking about ways of how do we get what do we have to do to get teachers to be in the class. I think kids need to be in the class, regardless of what anybody is doing today. That's my feeling. They should be in the classroom. Teachers should be in the classroom. There seems to be, and it's not just in education, but I see this in all aspects of society and business now, where people are not coming to work. There's labor shortages. The people that do come to work are calling out all the time. The people that are at work are not productive. And I think that that's something that that has to be addressed and thought about. And as a board member, I would be sitting there wanting to have people accountable. Does that answer your question? I don't know.
What do you see as the strengths of the school district, and what do you see as the areas most needing improvement in the school districts?
Probably can't answer that because I don't have enough information to do that. I don't have kids in the school system, so that may be a defect on my part coming in. On the other hand, I think coming in with no predisposed agenda for a kid that's having a kid in the school is a plus. Wall Township has a very good reputation as a school system. You don't have the problems that inner city schools have. You don't have the problems that some of the schools, particularly the one that I used to be affiliated with, have. And I think there's a wholesomeness that I have seen in Wall Township that's nice to have and to cultivate, and that's my answer.
Okay. Question number 9. Are you familiar with the time commitment expected of a board member in terms of meetings and preparation, and are you able to meet those commitments?
Yes, I am. I have a best friend who was on the Board of Education for a number of years in Lakewood. He was the president of the Board of Education in Lakewood, and he bet me that after 1 month I would be sorry that I did this. But it's something that I've entertained for a long time, being on the Board of Education, but I never, in town that I was at before I came here, and having come here also, because I thought that I would be a valuable member with my background to the board. But I never did it because I had a business and I didn't think I had the time for it. I don't have that business anymore, and I'm not fully retired, but what I'm involved in doesn't take up the kind of time that it did before. So yes, I do have the time to devote to it.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for applying. We appreciate it. And
Okay.
we're ready for our next person. Good evening. Just your name for everybody, please.
My name is Sean Hurley.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for applying and coming this evening. I'm going to tell you what I told everybody else. We have 9 questions we're going to ask you. We're going to go around and each ask you a question so we can compare apples to apples. Are you ready? Any questions before we start?
I don't have my glasses on because I'm a MS, so I cannot make out everyone's name, and I apologize in advance.
That's okay.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. We're going to start. I'm going to read you the first question, then we're going to jump over to Mr. Hall to your left and go around.
Great.
All right? Okay. What is your understanding of the role of the Board of Education and the role of a board member?
To make sure that the school district is run within the confines of the budget it's given and the most equitable way for the teachers, the employees, the students, and the town that it sits for. You know, regulate whatever they need to and set the curriculum, set the discipline in line with the state mandates.
Thank you. Mr. Hall.
Good evening. Every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
I think one thing that probably stands out for me compared to the other candidates is that I don't actually have any children or any children in the district. So in that sense, I could be probably more focused on the well-being of all of them than specific ones. But also in my undergraduate career, I studied politics, specifically local governments, city councils, and county governments, and I was the vice president of student government in my college and the president of my class my senior year, and then I was in a service fraternity, so I was always involved in extracurricular service-oriented things in the community. We helped out Habitat for Humanity. We had a budget of $750,000 that we allocated to different organizations in the on-campus and off-campus. I think my knowledge of government and, also my law degree helped too. Specifically though, I would say that my impartiality is probably key. I don't really have any agenda. I saw an opening and I put my name in.
Good evening. As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how will you respond? Please explain in detail.
I think I'd need to know a little bit about the bylaws specifically on what I could say and couldn't say, but I would assume unless you're acting as an agent of the board, you wouldn't be able to speak on behalf of the board. So I would take the concerns and bring them to the board as an advocate for the community if it was something that seemed like it had to be discussed. I'm sure that a lot of issues will be brought forth. Some of them are going to be more pressing than others, and I would assume that I would use my judgment to prioritize which ones go first and which ones go last.
Confidentiality is an essential component of our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you are in a discussion with a member of the community and they are seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session?
I have absolutely no problem in telling someone that I cannot reveal confidential information or privileged information at any time. That's an ethical thing that would seriously screw up the rest of my life.
Mr. Hurley, thank you for coming out tonight. With the potential for a referendum being on the horizon, what are your thoughts on how to garner community support?
I would assume to reach out to everyone that I knew in the community that I grew up with and go from there, try to do a grassroots type thing as opposed to, making silly commercials or putting signs on lawns. That would be my approach. I'm not honestly familiar with the referendum, so I don't really know what it entails here. Is it specifically for the school board? May I ask?
For the district, for facilities, for, improving buildings, technology.
So how would I get people on board to support?
Correct. How would
Oh,
you
okay.
garner
Sorry, I misunderstood
support
the
for
question.
the referendum?
Oh, well then, similar to what I said, but probably focus more on local businesses and local families then to get, you could have fundraisers, you could have happy hours, you could have play dates at a park, barbecues, see who would sponsor it. If not, fundraise, do something. Community involvement, so it should always be key, especially in a democracy.
What does success of the Wall schools look like to you?
Success of the students, first and foremost. That doesn't necessarily mean, 100% college acceptance. Some people are great for trade schools, some people are great for higher education. But giving the students the power to make those decisions that are best for them and being able to grow into functioning members of society would probably be the best success you could hope for.
Good evening. What do you believe are a few of the most important issues facing our school system now and in the next 5 years? How would you address them as a board member?
Well, first, I would hope that COVID is no longer one in the next 5 years, because that's obviously something that you guys have had to deal with heavily for the last 2 years. Also, changing shifts in how things are done, communication-wise, technology, instant availability of information based on Twitter or Facebook, or not verifying information and having rumors spread like wildfire. That's not limited just to a school board. That's something that it's like a Gutenberg level issue that we all are going through right now, and we have to figure out the best way to deal with that and to make sure that the best information is in the hands of as many people as they can get it to. Notwithstanding, confidential information, obviously, or privileged.
What do you see as the strengths of the school district, and what do you see as the areas most needing improvement in the school district?
Personally, I'm from Belmar, but I went to St. Rose. But a lot of my friends grew up in Wall, and a lot of my friends graduated from Wall school systems. And I was always jealous of a lot of the different programs that they had that at my time we lacked at St. Rose. Like the dedication to, band and music education, art education, stuff that St. Rose, nothing wrong with it, didn't really have the budget for, or this volume for student-wise. So a lot of the opportunities that my peers had when I was in high school were something that were very cool and exciting to me, looking from the outside looking in. And continuing to give all the different types of interests that any individual student could have support in some way is, admirable to me, I guess. And I think that's something that Wall's always been very good about.
Okay. Question number 9. Are you familiar with the time commitment expected of board members in terms of meetings and preparation? And are you able to meet that commitment?
The superintendent, the interim superintendent, man, told me it was about 4 nights a month, probably maybe a little bit more. Usually on Tuesdays, it would be these meetings and subcommittee meetings, and I can easily manage that. Like I said, I don't have children, so I can change my schedule as needed.
Okay, great. Do you have any questions for us?
Not really. I'm
Okay.
available. I feel like I'm qualified and capable, and I hope you guys get the best candidate.
Thank you. We appreciate you applying, and we'll let you know after we come out of executive session.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Stage right.
Good evening. It's hard with the mask. Good evening. Thank you for applying and coming out this evening. Just your name so everybody has it.
James Maliff.
All right, appreciate it. So, tell you what I told everybody else. We are going to ask you the same 9 questions. I'll ask the first one, then we're gonna go around and ask them. So we keep apples to apples, and everybody got the same speech. I'm proud of myself with that. So, question number 1, what is your understanding of the role of the Board of Education and the role of a board member?
The role of the Board of Education is to see to it that primarily the superintendent is doing his or her job in managing the school and following the policies and the guidelines and the mandates set down by the federal government and the state government, to make sure that the school is being, the district is being managed, and so that educational opportunities and safety and well-being of all the students is of their highest interest. Also, to listen to the community and bring those concerns, when appropriate, to the superintendent and to the board for discussion and perhaps action.
Thank you. Mr. Hall.
Evening. Every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
I have been a Wall Township resident since 1967, having gone through the schools here. My kids have gone through the schools here. I've been involved in youth sports in the town. I was a former member of the Wall Foundation on Excellence in Education, in which we had fundraisers to provide things to the students that the board, extra things that the board necessarily wouldn't be able to do. So my background is in education. I've been a teacher and an administrator for many years in another district. I have a pretty good understanding of the relationship between the administration and the board, and would like to bring that experience to this board.
Good evening. As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how will you respond? Please explain in detail.
Well, as an individual member of the board, I cannot speak for the board. The board has to speak for themselves. Certainly, I would listen to anything that any community member would say to me. If it was an issue of concern to the district as a whole, certainly that would be something that I would bring to the attention of the board and to the superintendent. If it was something of a personal issue regarding one of their son or daughter, I would advise them to take their concerns to to go immediately to the source, whether it be a staff member, and then the hierarchy after that, chain of command, to go to the, to the staff member, the teacher, the supervisor, building administrator, and then central office, if that be.
Confidentiality is an essential component of our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you're in a discussion with a member of the community and they are seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session?
Simply to say that it would be a violation of the school board code of ethics to do that, to speak about issues that were discussed in private sessions. I have had experience being at board meetings and meetings with parents and things where this is just something that you cannot do. You can't bring things out. People may not understand that. They may be angered that you can't answer them and give the answer that they would like, but there are certain obligations that a board member has and that need to be followed.
Mr. Mouth, thank you for coming out tonight. With the potential for a referendum being on the horizon, what are your thoughts on how to garner community support?
Referendums are difficult even in the best of economic times. It's always a challenge. What the school board has to do is to really show to the community that what they are asking for, that they're not going to be asking for the moon, that they are asking for the things that are necessary for the school to continue to serve their students at the highest possible level. Certainly social media is a way to get your information out there, but certainly there are other things that can be done. Information sessions can be conducted at each of the schools, at PTA meetings. Perhaps parents who are willing to help could hold meetings at their house and invite members of the neighborhood to come in and hear about it, where perhaps board members or people of the administration could come and speak to them as well. I would also think it would be important to solicit support from the people in the community who are stakeholders in the school but don't necessarily have children in the school at this time. All right? Those people perhaps all did at one time, as I did, have children in the school and benefited from their support at that time. So I think it's important that we reach out to the entire community, maybe with different messages depending on the group that you're speaking to, but to make them understand that this is not something that is frivolous, or it's not something, it is something that is necessary and will benefit not only the students, but it will certainly benefit the community as a whole, which is certainly a big goal of any Board of Education.
Thank you.
What does success in all schools look like to you?
I think you could gauge success from the Wall schools by seeing how their students achieve at the next level, whatever that is. All right? I know there is standardized testing that is part of what you would look at to see where the school stands up, and I think that certainly there could be improvements in that area. There could always be improvements to that area, but you would like to be able to see how the students achieve beyond Wall Township, beyond the school system here, whether it be immediately into a career or into secondary education. I think that the establishment of the various academies, like the Business and Finance Academy, certainly have been very helpful. I think Wall and many of the public schools want to keep their best students here in the district. All right. Certainly the Monmouth County schools are excellent schools, but I think it would be important for this district to try to do what they can to keep their best students here, But to do that, you would have to give them programs comparable to those and show that they have the opportunity. I think there's a lot of opportunities, especially in the area of extracurriculars, that this school, public schools have to offer. And I think that that would help, that does help in the success of the school as a district as a whole.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What do you believe are a few of the most important issues facing our school system now and for the next 5 years? How would you address them as a board member?
Well, so in the long term, I think you want to see improvement in student achievement in any ways that are measurable, all right, in ways that are fair. And I don't mean by teaching to the test, but I mean there are New Jersey State learning standards, and curricula needs to be adjusted to make sure that all those standards are being addressed. Certainly, a big current short-term issue will be dealing with the situation from the recent hazing incidents that have, to be fair, garnered quite a bit of negative attention for the township, which is very unfortunate, because most of us here in the township are proud of our association with Wall Township and our association with Wall Township schools, and it's very upsetting, I believe, to the community as a whole to see this. So I think this is going to be a challenge, an ongoing challenge, perhaps for several years, that the board is going to have to deal with. We need to regain the confidence of the community that the schools are safe and that everyone is doing their best, and that there will be whatever needs to be done, whether it needs to be additional programs or efforts made to instill in the school, into the students, that this is a safe place, that we want it to be a safe place, and we want the schools to be places where the children really want to go. We want to have them here. Regarding another kind of short-term issue, the pandemic, I think we need to do everything we can to keep the students in school as best we can. I know there are mandates, and we have to abide by mandates, but there are also guidelines. And mandates are mandates. Guidelines are things that you might be able to deal with some flexibility that would be best to benefit the district and the way we think that we should manage our students.
Okay. What do you see as the strength of the school district, and what do you see as the area most needing improvement in the school district?
Well, I think the academic programs in the schools are very strong. I think we have a very strong staff of committed teachers and paraprofessionals who I think have a lot of pride in what they do and take a lot of pride in being an employee of the Wall Township School District. Right? I do think a lot of people either stayed in town or moved into this town because of the school district. I think that's a big part of it. As far as things that we have to work on, again, I think it's regaining the trust of the community, communication with the community, to have them understand that the board is working is doing their best to work in the best interest of the children first, but the community as a whole. I mean, this is, the schools are the centerpiece really of a community. All right, everybody should take pride in the schools of a community. If that's not happening, right, it's incumbent upon the board to do whatever they can to regain that trust.
Thank you. All right, number 9. Are you familiar with the time commitments expected of a board member in terms of meetings and preparation, and are you able to meet those commitments?
I understand there are monthly public meetings. There are most likely work sessions. There are committee meetings that might take place. I would imagine that we would be looking at a commitment of, several days a month in the evening hours. As a retired person, I'm able to make the commitment to make those commitments.
All right, thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
Just I imagine that the board will choose fill the vacancy tonight, and that person will...
Yes, that's our plan.
Okay.
After this, we're going to go into an executive session to discuss this, and then we have some other items we have to discuss, and then we will come out and make our announcement.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you applying. Okay. At this time, could I have a motion on number 5 to go into executive session for letters A, D, G, and H?
I'll make that motion.
Motion, Mr. Sanfilippo. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second, Ms. Stites. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? All right, okay.
Aye.
We will be back in approximately an hour. No. Okay. All right, we're going to be back in approximately 15 minutes. At this time, I will reconvene our meeting. At this point, we will open the floor. I'm sorry, Mr. Smythe, roll call, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Buffa? Yes. Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Hodnett?
Here.
Mr. Nasser? Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Ms. Stites?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak?
Here.
Mr. Adenizio?
Here. Okay. This time, I will open the floor for nominations for the vacancy. Could I have a motion?
Mr.
please?
President,
Yes.
I make the motion to nominate Mr. James Malla.
Okay. Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we will close nominations. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser? Oh, apologize. Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Buffa?
Yes.
Mr. Adenizio?
Yes.
Very much. Motion carries.
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Maliff. Is he in the room? Oh.
I do. I'm gonna sit you down. Okay, at this time, we're going to swear Mr. Maliff in by issuing the oath of office. Mr. Maliff, if you would raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James Maliff, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and this state under the authority of the people, so help me God.
I, James Malick, solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the government established in the United States and this state under the authority of the people, so help me God.
I, James Maliff, do solemnly swear or affirm that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law for the office of member of a Board of Education, and that I am not disqualified as a voter pursuant to RS 19:4-1, nor disqualified due to conviction of a crime or offense listed in NJS 18A 12-1, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
I, James Malick, solemnly swear that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law for the office of member of Board of Education, that I am not disqualified as a voter pursuant to RS 19:4-1, nor disqualified due to conviction of a crime or offense listed in NJS 18A 12-1, and that I faithfully, impartially, and justly, and I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations. Newest Wall Board of Education member. And just so everyone's aware, this seat is for a one-year term that will expire during the reorganization meeting next January 2023. So the seat will be on the ballot in November.
I would like to thank the 4 other candidates that came out this evening to volunteer for this position. as you've seen recently, not a lot of people step up to serve on the Board of Education, and it was certainly our privilege to have so many individuals put in for this seat. It was a very difficult decision, as unfortunately most of the decisions we make are. But again, all of us, we truly thank you for wanting to serve your community and serve the students of this school system. So thank you. At this time, I will entertain a motion to, oh, I'm sorry. Didn't you just do one? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. New roll call.
Mr. Buffett? Here. Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Hodges?
Here.
Mr. Nasser? Oops, sorry. Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Ms. Stikes?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak?
Here.
Mr. Mallett? Here. And Mr. Enion?
Here. Okay, at this time, I will entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting for about 4 minutes so we can go into the gym and fulfill the yearbook requirement. Could I have a motion on that?
I
I'll
can
make
grant
that
that.
motion.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
All right.
All right, we will be back in about 4 minutes. At this time, we will reconvene our meeting. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Yes, Mr. Buffer.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Hodnett.
Here.
Mr. Mallon. Here. Mr. Sanfilippo.
Here.
Ms. Stites.
Here.
Mr. Wondrak.
Here.
Mr. Adenizio.
Here. Okay. Our student reps, good evening. Welcome. Sorry for the delay.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Adenizio, Superintendent Hanrahan, and members of the Board of Education. Happy New Year. Thank you so much for having us again to represent our peers. Before the break, Wall High School started a little event to give back to the students who committed random acts of kindness. Our dedicated cafeteria employees hand-baked the chocolate chip cookies. Each student is given 2 cookie passes to give a student who they have observed being kind to other people in our school. On Friday, Principal Sergio, Mrs. Misa, and the guidance counseling staff gave out the cookies to our students. They were delicious. Check out the high school website to see the smiling faces of our students.
For anyone looking for news about Wall Life, the district website page is available. The website highlights moments at the Wall School's student successes as well as many events coming up. On Wednesday, January 12th, Wall High School hosted the virtual class of 2026 orientation for incoming students. The orientation allowed students and parents to learn about the academies and other activities here at Wall High School. In the spring, Wall High School will host an activities fair for incoming students interested in sports and extracurricular activities. This night will afford students and parents to be able to meet with club advisors, coaches, and student leaders. Being involved at Wall High School activities and sports teams allows students to get involved in school life and meet new people.
As we have just gotten back into the school year after the winter break, midterms start this week. From January 20th to January 25th, students will take their tests to wrap up the first semester. This is a big step for Wall High School students, as the last midterm was in the beginning of 2020. After these tests, we are halfway through the school year. We are lucky enough to be in school full days as we have navigated through this pandemic. All students and athletes are grateful to be able to participate in their sports and extracurricular activities as the year continues.
Wrapping up our winter sports, teams have been lucky enough to continue to play and produce wins for our school as a team. Our boys basketball team has had a rough start to the season but hopes to turn around soon. The Lady Knights are having a spectacular year so far with a 7-2 record. Boys hockey is looking fantastic this year and hopes to continue playing well. Wrestling has been performing well with an 8-4 start and are also happy to have Mr. Nace part of their coaching staff this year. Thank you, board, for listening to our report, and we hope you stay happy and healthy this new year.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any board members have any questions? Seeing none, thank you guys for coming out. We appreciate the update, and free to go home and do homework.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Have a good night. All right. At this time, we will have public comment on agenda items only. In accordance with policy 0167, public participation in board meetings, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves. So please come up and reference whatever it might be on the agenda that you would like to speak to. They're the things that we'll be voting on this evening. And you can follow along on board docs, which is, there's a link through our website. Is there anyone for any comments on?
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall Township. I was listening to all those interviews and I'm kind of shocked what just happened. And how we have to go out and take a break to take a picture is absurd. You've had people waiting here for 3 hours. You
Ms.
don't go out
Cross,
and
this
take
is time for
pictures.
comments on agenda items.
Right. I'm not happy with the choice. When we picked attorneys before, Eric Brophy was an attorney.
Ms. Cross, this is not on the agenda.
Yes, it is, because you
It
just
is not on
picked
the
him.
agenda.
You just picked him.
It is items we are
Colin
voting on the
Nash was an
agenda.
attorney, but when we have a woman
Ms.
that
Cross,
is
policy
extremely
0167.
qualified, we don't pick her.
Ms. Cross, if you're not going
There's
to
something
ask...
wrong. Okay, Mr. Adonisio. You've mentioned in the past that there were a lot of mistruths and mistakes that are in the newspaper.
Ms. Cross, that is not on the agenda to be voted on.
Well, you should be going over what they are, so I'd like you to go over those.
Ms. Cross,
Yes, on the agenda. I'm sorry to see Kathy Brenner's retiring. We know Nick Moretto left, January 10th, January 12th? Now you have another resignation, your operations manager, Drew Bailey. Who's going to be doing all the work around here? I hope it's not Mr. Smythe is in charge, because we know how that goes. I see you shoved in at the last minute. Somebody's on administrative leave, 12/20 through 1/21/22. I'm sure you knew it before because you've had meetings. You had a meeting on the 28th. So how you shoved it on the agenda sometime today, why does that keep happening? I see you're approving to terminate employee number 11172 effective January 19th, and you have a typo. It says 222. So it's number 20 and 21 on your agenda. You need to be more accountable. You need to be more transparent. You can't be hiding things like this and shoving it in on Tuesday afternoon. Is Nick Pazzulli here, our interim athletic director? I know he started January 1st. We're paying him $600 a day. Is he here today?
that's not on the agenda, Ms. Cross.
I know, he should be here.
Okay, this is for agenda items. If you're not going to follow the
Right.
rules, then I'm going to ask you to
Yeah.
please give up the microphone.
Okay. I'd like you to address your offering money to,
Okay, Ms. Cross,
Any
that's
of
not
the-
on the agenda.
I know.
So this
It
is
should
your
have
last
been-
warning.
It should have been on an agenda. If you were offering our money, it should have been on an agenda so that we could have said something before you were offering it. I don't know if Miss Athena Cornell has our checkbook or something.
Okay,
If
Ms.
she
Cross,
came
that
up
is
with
not-
this. Well,
Thank-
if you're offering money
Thank
to
you, Ms.
people
Cross.
as
Your time is up.
bribes, you
Your
need
time
to
is up,
have
Ms.
it
Cross.
on an agenda.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I'd like you to answer those
Your time
questions.
is up. Is there anybody else for comment on agenda items?
And answer my questions. Thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Brittany Lynch, Wall Township. So would a candidate interview be considered an agenda item?
Oops.
Would a candidate interview be considered an agenda item?
Is that,
Okay.
no.
No?
We're not voting on it. That was something, action that we took already. But that's not for the public. The board handles that.
I'm blown away. I'm blown away. I cannot believe the choice that you made. 6 men on this board, 6 men, 2 females. How did you not vote for another female who is
All
overqualified?
right, Ms. Lynch, that is not on the agenda.
It's listed right here.
That has been, that's
conflicts-
board business. We
The
took care of it already.
conflicts on this board are unbelievable. Unbelievable. I want to know if the new candidate is related to a teacher at the middle school. Mr. Buffa worked with Dr. Handerhan.
Okay, that's got nothing to do with our agenda and the items we're going to be voting on going
Unbelievable.
forward.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Mr. Adonisio,
Yes.
point of clarity. I was just reading through my notes. Mr. Buffa was appointed by Dr. Richens. Nobody on this board appointed him, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so everybody knows Dr. Richens is the executive county superintendent because we had a person win a write-in campaign. They chose not to serve. So by statute, the county executive superintendent interviews someone. Please do not yell out. This is your final warning. Your next time you'll be asked to leave. Okay, Ms. Cross, thank you. Please leave. You're not going to continue to yell out. Please leave. We'll wait. Can I have a motion to recess the meeting?
I'll grant that motion.
Could I have a second? All in favor? Or Brian, Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
No.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Mallett?
Abstain.
Mr. Adenizio?
Yes. We'll be back when the person decides to leave for yelling out. We will reconvene the meeting. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Buffer.
Here.
Mr. Hall.
Here.
Ms. Hodnick.
Here.
Mr. Mallon. Here. Mr. Sanfilippo.
Here.
Ms. Stites. Mr. Wondrak.
Here.
And Mr. Agnesi.
Here.
Thank you.
Month after month, we try to conduct a business meeting where everybody can be heard and express their comments at the proper time. The first part of the meeting, public comment, is for agenda items. Those are items that we're going to vote on. For instance, if you thought you disagreed with a policy and thought it wasn't good for the Wall Township school system, you could get up and say, hey, the policy that's on here, I don't agree with for X, Y, and Z. That's your opportunity to give us feedback on things we're going to vote on if people don't feel they're best for the school district. The second public comment at the end of the meeting has to do with anything that has to do with the Wall Township Public Schools. That could be COVID or a multitude of other things. Now, you need to keep in mind that we can't discuss student matters. They're confidential. We can't discuss personnel matters because they're confidential. But usually anything else is pretty much almost fair game. But with that, month after month, we try to have a meeting where we can do the business of the district, because all this stuff impacts the students of Wall schools. You might not think some of the things on here have anything to do with it, but every single thing on this agenda has to do with the students in this district. That's why we're here. So people yelling out and disrupting the meeting only drags it out, and we've received numerous complaints from people over it, and it's not fair to the people in this audience that come because you have concerns, or the people on the board that come here to serve our community. So I ask you, please just follow the rules. Don't yell out. I understand sometimes we do have some heated meetings on different topics, and you know that sometimes noises come out. Sometimes you don't mean it, but that's just the way life is. You know, we're all people, and we try to express ourselves in different ways, and we understand that. But the constant yelling out and being disruptive and not giving respect to other people here will not be tolerated. And as a board, we've made the decision that we will get up and adjourn the meeting for a period of time or adjourn it to another date. And we don't want to do that. We want to do the meeting, we want to hear from the residents and make sure we're doing the best job we can. So with that, we are still on agenda items only for public comment. If there's anybody else that would like to speak, please come up to the microphone. He's coming over.
Batteries. I'm pretty loud, so I don't really need it.
It's just that the meeting's being recorded.
I'm live.
Perfect.
Chris Rogers, Staten Island, New York, with my children are students of the Wall Township School District. And I guess my comment is on the human resources report, or a lack of, I guess, positions on the human resources report. I have some notes that I wrote down because I think the last time I spoke in this forum, I was a little animated and I was a little heated. I just want to make sure I get my point across to all of you. I spent every day of the last 3 months consumed by what's transpired with the Wall football team and what has been the long-lasting effects of it. I have tried to wrap my mind around what took place, why it took place, and what really took place. And after months of thinking and questions and countless conversations with members of our school's community and friends within the town, we're still left to wonder what is next.
Sir, this is for...
I get it,
okay.
but there's no football coach on this report.
Right.
There's no football coach on this report, right?
This is for things that we're going to be voting on.
But you're voting on the report and it doesn't have a football coach on it.
Correct.
That's my concern. That's my concern. So I think I'm well within right. Because I have to be honest, I've been a New York City public school teacher for the last 22 years, the largest public school district in America. And what transpires at these meetings is an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment. It's a power struggle between the parents of this community who care about their children and the board up here. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. So I am going to speak to you about the report that does not have a football coach because I'm a parent of a sophomore football player. So I'm going to speak to you about the report.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Sure.
Perfect. Awesome. The fact remains is that none of us can fully comprehend or understand what transpired in that locker room, and I don't think any of us ever will. Certainly, in the court of public opinion, and in most instances, the cartoon court that has been held on social media and other media outlets, people have speculated, but there isn't a single person in this room tonight who fully knows. With the uncertainty of the future and the impact that these events have had on my child and the children of this community, I'm asking you, what's next? What's next for my son? A 15-year-old sophomore football player who loves his friends and his teammates dearly and wants nothing more to stay at this school. Yet today, we made a decision as a family to have him shadow at another high school. But not because he wanted to, because we as a family felt that we had to. Yet no one seems to care about what he or his friends truly want. Certainly, no one with any significant role has asked him or taken the time or effort or energy to really ask him what he needs or wants. Because if someone took the time to actually have that conversation with him, I think you would all be shocked to find out what it is. As a parent, as an educator, and as a high school football coach, I have legitimate concerns about the future of the Wall football program. What's next for the players left in the aftermath of what took place in that locker room? Who's their coach? Who's their coach? We are rapidly approaching February, yet there has been zero discussion with this team about their future. I have my opinion and my preference on who I think that person should remain to be, as I have expressed to Dr. Handerhan and Mrs. Sergio. Now, perhaps these conversations have taken place on your executive board level, but what about our kids? All they have been told is that the season has been scheduled, but what about the preparation that must take place for that season? Football games are not won on Friday nights, and any true football person knows this. Games are won in the weight room and in the off-season. They're won through dedication and preparation, period. They're won by building a team when no one is watching. Yet, there has been zero mention of any of this because we still don't have a coach. My son told me just this evening that there has been zero formal communication to this team since before Thanksgiving. With this lack of preparation, I have very serious concerns, and I have doubts. What this does raise is a very serious health and safety concern for my son and for his friends. Football is a violent and physical sport that requires athletes to make incredible physical demands of their body. It isn't a sport where you just show up in July and August, roll the ball out onto the field, and expect to be successful. My question for you as a board is simple. Who will be held liable if these kids aren't prepared for their season, as it is a health and safety concern? If these players are not aptly prepared, how can I be confident in a season? As a parent, how can I consciously put my son on the field?
All right, Mr. Rogers, your time is up.
Nope.
Sir, your time is up.
I don't think that anything I have stated here is unreasonable. February is too late. March is too late. Punishments have been handed out. As per the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office,
Mr.
they have
President,
concluded...
point of order.
Yes, sir, your time is up.
Your time is up.
Thank you. You can speak at the end of the meeting, because that's when it's appropriate.
I drive 45 minutes from Staten Island to be here. I'm a school teacher who has to be at my desk at 7:30 tomorrow morning. I don't get to adjourn that. I don't get to adjourn now.
I understand that. Thank you.
I don't
But
think you appreciate it, though.
I-
So maybe you understand it, but you
No-
don't appreciate it.
Oh, no, I certainly appreciate
don't.
what teachers do.
You don't.
I do.
You don't because you give me the 3 minutes I have left.
Point of order.
Sir, you have 5 minutes. You had over 6 minutes. Thank you. That's not the way it works, ma'am.
Figure out a coach, or my kid and other kids are leaving.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for comment on agenda items? Okay. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment on agenda items. Okay. I'd like to congratulate the students of the month for 9th grade, Gerald Sariotis, 10th grade, Elvira Chabuco, 11th grade, Brandon White, and 12th grade, Madeline Studart. Knights of the Week for grade 11, Ashlyn Wells, also grade 11, Patrick Donahue, grade 10, Alexander Coleman, and grade 11, Evelyn Konutchki. Congratulations to those students. And I also had, where did it go? If I can address that. Okay. I will have to, oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to acknowledge a former Wall teacher passed away on January 13th, Fred Barringer. He was 89, lived in Wall, married to his wife for 60 years. He was a teacher here at Wall High School during the 70s and into the 80s. He taught industrial arts, and we would like to send our condolences to his family and certainly for all the lives he touched here in the Wall Township school system. All right. Minutes have been posted for our committees online. They can be viewed. I will move on. Approval for our minutes. Could I have a motion to approve the executive session minutes of December 14th, 2021, business meeting minutes of December 14th, 2021, executive session minutes of December 21st, 2021, the special meeting of December 21st, 2021, the executive session minutes of December 28th, 2021, the special meeting minutes of December 28th, 2021. Could I have a motion on that?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Any questions, comments? No? Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Buffer?
Abstain.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Mr. Mallett?
Abstain.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Agnesi?
Skip right over it. Did you call me? I'm sorry. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to back up for a second. Dr. Handerhan, I'm sorry. I inadvertently missed your portion.
No problem. Okay. Good evening. As you know, since early November, this district, the high school in particular, has been under great scrutiny. Since November, I have assured this community that the hazing matter would not be swept under the rug, and that this district will cooperate fully with the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and other state agencies as they investigate the matter. I also assured this community that the mental health of our students would remain the highest priority. To that end, we have brought in highly qualified and trained mental health professionals to support students, their families, and our staff. Despite these assurances, some community members, some members of the media, and even at least one politician from Passaic County who does not represent Wall Township have not only criticized this Board of Education, including me, but have actively demanded that we resign. I would like to examine these very public requests. First, the primary responsibility of boards of education is to enact policies and ensure implementation. This board has dutifully served this community, and to suggest otherwise is not only inaccurate, but it is a disservice to our students. Secondly, why call for the resignation of those that are facing this issue head-on? Why ask for the resignation of the district leaders that actively sought the assistance of state agencies, including the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, in order to appropriately address a very difficult situation? Think about that. What kind of message does it send when those that tackle difficult issues head-on and follow the law are called to resign? The implications of this thinking can set a dangerous precedent for educational and civic leaders. As previously stated, I feel it necessary to remind the public that all student matters and personnel matters are strictly confidential. There can be no comments from the board and the administration. Unfortunately, the inability to speak to or to defend oneself creates an unavoidable information vacuum that is quickly filled with innuendo, half-truths, rumor, fake news, and malicious lies. Serving on a school board is not for the faint of heart. Serving on the Wall Township Board of Education takes fortitude, grit, and a very thick skin. These volunteers seated before you display not only a deep commitment to Wall Township, but courage. Each person sitting up at this dais is working tirelessly to right this ship in the most tumultuous waters. Instead of being greeted with appreciation for their service, board members are met with scorn. The amount of time spent mitigating untruths, fighting concerted retaliation, and defending the fact that student and personnel matters are confidential is nothing short of shocking. Working to build a better Wall Township Public Schools district is a much better use of time. I would like to take this opportunity to shine a light on some very positive things that are happening district-wide. Wall Township held its renewed Special Education Parent Advisory Group meeting on Monday, January 10th. 30 people attended the event. Thank you, Ms. Gallick, for all of your efforts with the relaunch. District administrators met with National Mental Health Consultant Ms. Maureen Underwood and staff to review district and building level procedures related to mental health. Next month, members of the district crisis teams will be trained to further provide support and structure to the district's existing crisis plan through the framework of the Lifelines model. At Wall Primary School, students are learning all about winter. Last week, the students focused on penguins, and this week we'll explore other Arctic animals. Next week, the students will engage in a winter festival. Last week, at Allenwood School, students celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King's dream by dressing as people they wanted to be when they grow up, or as people who inspire them. Next week, Central School will be celebrating the Great Kindness Challenge. Each day, the children will participate in different challenges to demonstrate kindness. Congratulations to Old Mill School for collecting over $3,700 in 1 week for the Monmouth County SPCA. I am sure they are very, very grateful for this donation. At West Belmar School, the 5th grade student council and class representatives are preparing for a food drive spreading kindness for Valentine's Day, and planning a family fun night for their classmates. The Wall Intermediate School student government has been busy collecting hats and gloves to donate to those in need during these cold winter months. If you are interested in donating, the collection will continue through January 21st. Next week, our 8th grade English Language Arts Department has arranged a virtual presentation and Q&A with Marion Blumenthal-Lazan, Holocaust survivor and the author of 4 Perfect Pebbles, a novel all 8th graders have either read or are currently reading. I would like to commend the Wall High School National Art Honor Society for coordinating the donation of children's holiday gifts to the Emmanuel Cancer Society. This past Saturday morning, 26 high school students sat for the Seal of Biliteracy assessment, testing Spanish, French, Chinese, and Latin for the first time. Facilitated by Supervisor of World Language, Mr. Monifus, this academic endorsement recognizes students who demonstrate a linguistic proficiency level as per the American Council on Teaching of Foreign Languages. I was very moved by an email I received from a Wall High School parent. The email stated that her son speaks so fondly of a member of the Wall High School custodial staff. The parent states that each day he makes a positive impact in the school and that his kindness is often a topic of discussion during family dinners. Thank you to this very special custodian and to all of our custodial staff. Regarding our winter weather, I have received some questions regarding whether or not we will need to make up the 2 snow days. This year's calendar has 3 built-in snow days. We use 2 of these days so far. If we close beyond the remaining snow day, we would at that point need to amend the calendar. I would also like to advertise that kindergarten registration for next school year will begin on February 1st and preschool on February 14th. Please visit the district website for more information and to begin the process. I would be remiss if I did not thank all of the Wall Township Public School employees that have worked so hard to ensure that our school district remains open during this most recent spike in COVID-19 cases. I realize how challenging our current landscape is, and I remain grateful for all of your efforts. I would also like to thank Wall families for their patience and support as we continue to navigate this difficult time. Mr. Adonisio?
Thank you, Dr. Handerhan. Any board members have any questions for Dr. Handerhan? Oh, okay. Okay, we do not have any first policies this month, but we do have a number of second policies. So I'm going to recommend approval after public hearing on the second readings for policy 1648.13, 2425, 6115.01, 6115.02, 6115.03, 6311, 8420, Regulation 8420.1, 8540, 8550, and 8600. Could I have a motion on that?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Okay, at this time we will open it up for public hearing on any of those policies. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Any questions, discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Mallett?
Abstain.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Ms. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak?
Yes.
Mr. Buffa?
Abstain.
Mr. Adonisio?
Yes. This time I will ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda. It's listed as number 16 on the agenda, but it encompasses number 17 and 18, which is the Board of Education report and the Superintendent's report, and number 19, the Business Office. Could I have a motion on that?
I'll make that motion.
Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Any questions, discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Ms. Hodnett?
Yes.
Mr. Mallett?
Abstain.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Mrs. Stites?
Yes.
Mr. Londa?
Yes.
Mr. Buffer?
Abstain.
Mrs. Hodges? Oh, sorry, Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And Mr. Adizio?
Yes. Thank you. Okay. This time, we will open up for public comment on...
I'm sorry.
No.
I just wanted to add, to elaborate a little bit on the special education parent advisory group.
Yes.
Just because we attended the meeting, and I just wanted to speak a little bit more in case anybody is here and interested in it.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I echo what Dr. Hinnerhan said about Lauren Gallick's leadership. I felt like she did such a beautiful job starting or restarting this parent group. And the first meeting opened by making sure that there was a space and a place for parents to share their purpose and vision for this group. So parents and family members of students with disabilities have a place to come together and talk about their hopes for education, for extracurricular activities, and for their child's engagement in their school district. And as Dr. Handerhan mentioned, there were over 30 parents that attended, along with our new director, Kelly Bond, and several of the special education administrators and supervisors. We were also guided with somebody who was at the November launch, Stephanie Bappis, and follow-up from the meeting included a Google survey being sent out via Blackboard Connect so that families could continue to share their ideas for this group. So I see this group as just getting started. If it sounds interesting to you, I would suggest that you reach out. I hope to attend every meeting, which I made clear in the first meeting, and I know Mr. Adnizio was there, and it was nice to see our former board member Andy Krupa present too. So it's a hopeful group that's coming up.
Thank you. It's, those are the kind of special activities that are going on in our district, led by parents, you know, making changes and doing good by the kids. So it was nice to be a part of that. Okay, it's time for public comment on any school-related issue. Please come up to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Michelle Sikowski. I'm a Lowell resident, and I have 3 children in the district, 2 at the high school and 1 at the middle school. Excuse me. I'm here tonight because I have a question about why we still have separate rules for the vaccinated and unvaccinated students. Everyone knows that the vaccinated people spread COVID. You know, they can get COVID and they could spread it just as easily as the unvaccinated people. So when there's an exposure at school, the vaccinated students get to stay and go to all their classes, do everything they want to do, and the unvaccinated student has to go home and quarantine for 5 days and have 5 days of virtual education, which we know is definitely not as good as in-person education. So I don't really understand why we have this rule, because you're allowing the vaccinated student to go back into the school and infect other people and give them COVID. And we're contributing to this vicious cycle of the poor overworked nurse who has to make 20, 30, 40, 50 phone calls because of all the kids that were exposed. We are adding like gasoline to the fire. We're keeping the spread of the virus alive. So I just wanted to make a comment on that. I think it's really ridiculous that we keep contributing. We have separate rules. There should be one rule for vaccinated and unvaccinated students. The unvaccinated students are being discriminated against because they're not vaccinated. there should not be different rules for kids based on their vaccination status, since we all know that the unvaccinated could spread it. It's medical segregation. It makes zero scientific or logical sense, zero. There's no one that could sit up there and say that vaccinated people don't spread it, no one. My friend has a daughter who is in 4th grade at Old Mill School, and they were talking about Martin Luther King, and she made a comment. She said that Martin Luther King would be so disappointed because we're still discriminating against people, but it's not on color anymore. It's whether or not you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. I thought that was pretty insightful for a 4th grade student. I just think it's really, there's no other way to explain it except to say that it's insane. And one of the many definitions of insane is doing something that's extremely foolish and illogical, and I think that's what it is, having separate rules for vaccinated and unvaccinated when we know they spread it. The other rule that I wanted to talk to, or I don't know what you call it, at the middle school, at the Wall Middle School, the students were asked to pick 4 people that they want to eat lunch with. They have to sit in groups of 4. They were asked in September to pick 4 students that they could eat with for the next 10 months. If you make a new friend, if you want to switch your friend group at the middle school, you need to email your guidance counselor and get approval from your guidance counselor if you want to sit with a new friend. It doesn't promote making new friends or anything. And the thing that's really silly is less than 2 miles away at the high school, all of the high school students get to sit freely with all their friends and walk around, sit with whoever they want to. But at the middle school, it's very, very, very restricted. I don't know who made this rule up. This is certainly not the CDC or the New Jersey Department of Health, but how long is that going to last when the high school students can sit with whoever they want to? And the other thing is, with this rule at the middle school, it's so fruitless that you guys are enforcing this. Because I'm telling you, outside of school, all of these kids hang out together, no masks. They play sports together, no masks. They go to the store, no masks. I see parents in here, I know their kids. They don't wear masks. The only place they wear a mask is when they come to the school. But they want to eat lunch with their friends at the middle school, and they can't. They have to stay with the same 4 people. It's insane. I don't understand why there's different rules within the district. I really don't. It's ridiculous. I have a feeling we're going to be back up here in 6 months to a year begging and pleading with you guys to work with us as a team to make changes. You don't want to work with us. You don't feel like fighting for us.
Thank you.
Andrea Gotch, Wall Township. Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better. I suggest to this board that you now all know better, and now you need to do better for our children. To be very clear, I am here to specifically ask this board to challenge Murphy's mask mandate, because until you start doing this, nothing will change. He says he's protecting our children, but let's take a closer look at that. Over the course of the pandemic, 49,000 Americans, children under the age of 18, have died of all causes. That's according to the CDC. 331 of those deaths have been from COVID. I'm not taking that number lightly, but I just want to point out that in 2019, more than 2,000 kids died in car crashes, and each year about 1,000 die from drowning. And if we compare this number to the number of deaths caused by the flu, it's even more nominal. The damage being done to our children through his policies and our school's unwillingness to adopt better policies is unprecedented. A recent report by the CDC found that from April through October 2020, the early days of the pandemic, Emergency mental health visits for those aged 12 to 17 increased by 31% over the same period the year before. And for kids aged 5 to 11, these visits increased by 24%. The American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Children's Hospital Association recently declared a national emergency for child and adolescent mental health. And in December, the U.S. Surgeon General issued a special advisory on mental health challenges for children, adolescents, and young adults. A national poll by the C.S. Mott Children's Hospital revealed that 46% of parents have noticed a new or worsening mental health condition in their teens since the start of the pandemic. The Nationwide Children's Hospital noticed up to a 75% increase in children who have shown up for emergency mental health evaluations. Stop using our children as pawns while the adults in charge change their plan minute by minute, trying to outrun a virus that we can't outrun. We've got to learn to live with this virus and understand that we are now in an endemic, not a pandemic. Now let's look at the situation for teachers, specifically those that need or want to be protected. It's not 2020 anymore. We now have vaccines, natural immunity, you remember that? And effective treatments that now exist. There's better technology for teachers that's available. For example, if a teacher feels that they're in a vulnerable population, you can enable them to teach class remotely, but reverse it by letting them broadcast them into the classroom that's supported by a teacher's aide who is comfortable being in person. Let's just look at the absurdity of this situation. Our children come to school, locked down, masked, then go home, go out to crowded restaurants and arenas and other unmasked settings where there are plenty of free-moving, unmasked, over 65 vulnerable people, including teachers, who are all mingling together. We know the elderly and the immunocompromised people are at the greatest risk of getting ill or dying from this virus. So those are the people we need to continue to protect. Why are we still punishing and destroying the lives of children, the future generation, the ones who have an almost 0% chance of dying or really even getting ill from this? You must see the irony in this. Most masks being sold now have some sort of label saying that they don't even provide protection against viruses. Please stop listening to politicians and school board lawyers and start looking at the science and start doing better for our children. This board does have a choice. You can continue to hide behind state policy that is damaging our kids, or based on science, you can fight back against Murphy's mandates. It's not early 2020, and we now know better. You're the Board of Education, not the Board of Health. There are so many downfalls to these masks. These children don't have to wear a mask any other place outside of school where they're supposed to be safe from the outside world. They don't see facial expressions anymore. They have trouble hearing each other and their teachers. Their breathing is compromised. And don't get me started on how disgusting it is to have them sneeze inside their mask and continue to wear it for 8 hours. When you get home later and are walking around your house without a mask, sneeze into a tissue and then place that same tissue over your mouth and nose for 8 hours and let us know how good that makes you feel. This is America, the land of the free, the home of the brave. I don't see that anymore. I honestly don't care if people want to continue wearing masks 2, 3, 4 at a time, or if they want to get vaccinated 2 or 3, 4 times. But give the rest of us a choice. Let us go back to parenting our own children. Let us go back to keeping our kids home when they're sick and letting them live their lives when they aren't. I feel it's appropriate to end with a quote from Martin Luther King. Never, never be afraid to do what's right, especially if the well-being of a person or animal is at stake. Society's punishments are small compared to the wounds we inflict on our soul when we look the other way. I emailed you all earlier today, all the sites I quoted from, so if you have any questions, you can let me know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Andy McInnes, I'm a Walla Township resident. I'm a father of 4 children enrolled in the Walla Township Public Schools. I'm speaking tonight to record in a public forum my family's experience with the existing school quarantine procedure. Over the past 4 months, all 4 of my children have been placed in quarantine, but our 3rd grader in particular has been placed under quarantine 3 times in the past month and a half. The circumstances of our 3rd grader's most recent exposure are dubious. After reviewing the details of the reported exposure with our daughter and reviewing her daily class schedule, it became evident that it was not possible for our daughter to have had an exposure of greater than the arbitrary 15 minutes. We reported this to the school nurse and school leadership, delineating how an exposure was not possible. While our daughter was excluded from in-person school, we were assured by school leadership that they would look into it. However, we were also told that it is not possible for school officials to verify the details of each exposure for each individual student. I can testify to this as, in addition to my family, others in our community have been notified of exposures that reportedly took place on the school bus when our children did not ride the school bus that day. After 2 days of our daughter being at home, we received word that she would be returning to school, though not because of resolution of the exposure concern, but instead due to a revision of the ever-changing quarantine policy. Regarding our questioning of the circumstances of our daughter's exposure, we have yet to receive a response. Students and families must be given the ability to challenge the validity of an exposure. It feels as if every effort is being made to exclude children from school rather than focusing on keeping our children in school. Furthermore, why does Wall Township Public Schools insist on following such restrictive policies while other school districts in the county have shifted to voluntary isolation procedures? For the record, I will state that I'm a pediatric physician certified by the American Board of Pediatrics in general pediatrics and pediatric critical care. My practice allows me the opportunity to care for the sickest of sick children. Speaking frankly, I can tell you that your efforts at enforcing an arbitrary and narrow-minded quarantine procedure are misdirected. There is no doubt that I have lost children to COVID, just as we unfortunately lose children every year to respiratory viruses like RSV, the flu, as well as non-infectious diagnoses like suicide, motor vehicle accidents, and drownings, to name a few. From my perspective, the pediatric emergency with the potential for long-lasting harm to our children's health is not COVID, it's mental health. It is the rare day that our emergency department and intensive care unit does not contain children and adolescents requiring care after making attempts at self-harm or suicide. In fact, as the speaker prior to me reported, in October of last year, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and the Children's Hospital Association joined together to declare a national state of emergency in children's mental health. As leaders of our children's school, your role in the mental health emergency cannot be understated. Keeping our children out of school causes both immediate and long-term harm. I implore you to give every child the opportunity to attend in-person school. Rather than focusing on the simple metric of COVID case counts, I encourage you to take a more holistic view of our students' mental and physical health. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Rogers, I'm back. My question for the board is simple. Who will be held liable if these kids aren't prepared for the rigorous schedule they must play? If these players are not aptly prepared, how can I be confident in the 2022 season? As a parent, how can I consciously put my son on that field? I don't think that anything I have stated here tonight is unreasonable. February, quite frankly, is too late. March will be a disaster. I'm speaking from 20 years of high school football coaching experience. Punishments have been handed out. As per the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, their investigation has been fulfilled. They refused to use the word closed because, as stated to me, investigations are always ongoing. Everyone wants to talk about healing and ensuring what is best for our kids. After all, we are our children's greatest advocate. The kids that are left standing after all of this, they're the ones who are burdening the weight of this. They're consumed by it. Wall Township is known in places like California and Boston and Florida. Why? My son wants his junior year to start, but at the same time, he wants to be heard so that this team and this community can heal and move on. What I am asking of you tonight is to provide a timeline to the players and their parents of the next steps. What the time frame is that we are working with, so that we as a family or as families can make rightful decisions in our children's best interest. Again, in my experience, February is too late and March will be a disaster. They need assurance that their season is going to start ASAP. Otherwise, you're going to lose my son and other members of this team. I don't think anything I've asked for tonight is unreasonable. They want to be heard. They do. They want to be spoken to. They're young adults. Yet nobody is speaking to them. Nobody's letting them know what's going on. Nobody's letting them know what their next steps are or what is going to happen. They're concerned. They're scared. And this is a real tough age to have those feelings. So I'm asking you, whatever your decision is, whether it's to keep Coach Grandinetti, whether it's to move on to Coach Grandinetti, whatever your decision is, please communicate to these kids. They've been through enough, all of them. It's time for us to move on as a community. Again, speaking as the parent of a sophomore.
Thank you.
Lisa Brycer. I would like to address some things from the November and December meetings. People need to be aware how things they say affect others.
Ma'am, please come back up. We're listening. Ma'am, would you like to go? Here, please come back up. Don't.
When speaking, please state actual facts and not assumptions. People's assumptions at the November meeting had media people knocking on my door and messaging me. When I didn't answer, they found out who my lawyer was and contacted him, all for things that were stated that there is no evidence are true. At the December meeting, 2 seniors spoke, said the school district did nothing. The school district did not do things to support my son. I do not agree with that. People are always saying the negative. I am here to say the positive. When he came back to this high school sophomore year, his case manager, Dr. Samanaha, and I came up with a plan. He asked to come back here. We went from a kid who missed more days of school you could count to a kid that missed 1 day a year. A kid that went to school with a smile on his face every day. A kid that struggled to a kid that was high honor roll every semester here. That was thanks to some great special ed teachers, 2 case managers who cared, and Dr. Samaha creating a schedule that worked for him. So that statement, they didn't support him, was false. And the people that did their jobs need to know that. Sometimes there is no answer to the question why. I don't believe there will be an answer ever. But if there ever is, let it be the truth, not assumptions. So please, do not try to answer why questions for student issues without facts to support them. Everyone has a right to come here and participate in any way, whether that is speaking or just listening. Others should not follow people out to the parking lot and question who they are and why they are here. And when told it is my business, they then question me again. You are here questioning bullying, but you walk out of here and do just that. That is not acceptable. Everyone should be here for the kids, not their own agenda.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Desiree Langeveld, and I have 3 children at the Wall Intermediate School. Parents all over New Jersey have been fighting these mask mandates for almost 2 years now, and all of us were outraged by the fact that Murphy called out another state of emergency. He went completely against the legislature. There is no state of emergency except for the people who want to keep this pandemic narrative going. We are 2 years in, and COVID has changed in most cases to the common cold. COVID affects people in different ways. It is known that our children are the least affected by COVID, and they are not super spreaders. However, they are being punished the hardest by having mask mandates in school, while everywhere else in New Jersey you can pretty much go without a mask. If you are healthy, you do not need to wear a mask. The narrative is falling apart, and even the CDC is now saying that cloth masks do not work. Masks do not stop a pandemic, and there is absolutely no evidence that they work. Mask wearing leads to pneumonia and all other types of skin diseases. Enough peer-reviewed studies have shown this. How is it that healthy children are not able to breathe in enough oxygen when they cover their faces for 8 hours a day? By not getting enough oxygen throughout the day, we stress our lungs and our heart. Does anyone wonder about the long-term effects that will have on our children? The masks get moist after wearing it for a few hours, and this breathes more bacteria and creates our society to be more sick. For the reasons I just mentioned, our district cannot be neutral anymore. They need to stand up for our children and start sending letters to our governor, our legislature, and Mr. Spiller, head of the NJEA. Mr. Spiller created a petition on the NJE website for all teachers to sign, saying that our children should continue to wear masks to keep the teachers safe. I've heard from a few people that there was not even an option to say no. So the only thing you could say at the petition is like, yes, I think they should wear masks. Our government is spending tons of money on the vaccine propaganda, and they are now going after our children. Vaxxed or unvaxxed, both can get and transmit COVID. Why is our district allowing medical segregation in our schools? Just because these regulations have been given to you by the DOH, the Governor Murphy, and the NJEA, it is not a valid reason. You all hold important positions in our district, and I'm sure you do a lot of great things for our children. However, you are also expected to question all these things, use common sense, and stand up for what is right. You can't protect your personal fears. You can't project your personal fears onto our children. How much in ESSER fund did WAL receive, and how long are we having to follow these guidelines that hurt our children and our teachers? When are you going to stop accepting these funds so that our children can stop suffering under the current mandates? And how have you spent the money so far? These are all questions that we parents have, and we deserve an answer. When I read the district's email that say that you keep our children safe and healthy by requiring us to constantly test and quarantine healthy children, spray chemicals into the classrooms to keep our classrooms clean, and to isolate our children at home for 5 days, I really question all of this. By doing this, you are keeping the pandemic alive. This would all stop tomorrow if we go back to treating this like a common cold. Our children are going to be so traumatized. I speak to parents and teachers all the time. Every child is suffering in a different way. Some have major anxiety about getting COVID or spreading it to other people, and they are scared to go to school. Other kids are unmotivated when it comes to academics, and their grades and test results in school are showing this. Kids are feeling depressed, mental health has never been so high. Continuing this medical segregation between vaxxed and unvaxxed children also creates division in our schools. Looking at the data that is out there, the percentage of people testing positive after being exposed is so low. This whole quarantining process cannot be justified. And who even knows if the low percentage of kids that tested positive after exposure got this in school? I also want to encourage all parents to really take a look at the new guidelines that came out yesterday. To me, it is unacceptable that any school or government agency should tell families what to do with their own children inside their own home. What is going to be next? Are our schools and government going to suggest that we send our children to the green zones and camps after being exposed? The school needs to stop encouraging parents to have their kids tested. This pandemic will not stop if we are feeding the narrative. It's time for all of us to ask ourselves, why are we following this? It's time to speak up. It's time to stop with all of this and let people live their lives in a normal way where we have bodily autonomy, and stop having to worry if we or our kids are sick. We're constantly programming people to live in fear and to be scared of each other. It's so unnatural to live this way. And this whole generation is going to be messed up if we don't change course. I'm not sure who has made the decision to have the high school night for 8th graders be virtual last week. This was the first time these kids were going to visit the high school.
Ms. Lingenfield, are you?
One more minute. Well, okay, it's about the virtual night, why we had to do this virtual. My kid is wrestling after school. We're having concerts at school, but the children who were supposed to experience this night at the high school, it had to be virtual. I don't understand it. So my last word is, let's work together on improving the experience our children are having at school and have them be children without worrying about all the COVID guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Spear, Wall Township. I have just two things. I spoke last time about the kids at the intermediate school not having their masks on properly while being in a food line, and if it's not proper, being told to go to the end of the line. I don't think any of that's changed. My son says he still sees tons of people being told to go to the end of the line, whether their mask is on their face, not over their nose all the way, whatever the problem is. They were also supposed to be switched out of those pods, the lunch pods that the moms are talking about in the intermediate school. That was supposed to be every 6 weeks. Nobody's ever contacted us about that. I don't know if the kids are supposed to do this on their own. Are they taking this upon themselves, or is just nothing happening? The next thing is I got a phone call on the 10th, which was right after we got that survey for whether or not your child had COVID. I chose not to fill it out because I didn't think it was anybody's business, honestly. So I didn't fill it out. My kids went to school on the 10th. I got a phone call from their intermediate school that they were saying my son may have been a close possible contact on the bus. May I ask you a few questions? I said, sure, go ahead. She asked the 2 questions, and I said, I really find that hard to believe because my son never rides the bus. He's never been on the bus. He doesn't go on the bus at all. The reason we don't take the bus is for that reason, because of COVID and all of the restrictions. Some people have had to go to transportation departments, some friends of mine, to decipher whether the kid was in contact for 15 minutes. They're pulling tapes and looking at tapes, and that's silly. There's other parents that their kids are out on the playground, they're masked. If they're unmasked, they have a timer going on their phone. When it gets to 13 minutes, they break, they put a mask on, they come back to each other, they time themselves again, take the mask down so that they're breaking contact. This is ridiculous, friendship. You know, who has friendships like this, honestly? To finish my story about the 10th, when I told her that Liam wasn't on the bus, she said, oh, well then I guess he wasn't a close contact. I said, no, I guess he wasn't, thanks, and I hung up. The more I thought about it, I kind of got a little bothered because I wondered who that kid was that was supposed to be on the bus and why my kid's name was in anyone's mouth. So with that, I called the school, and a nice woman answered the phone, And I told her what my experience was, and she said, oh. She said, well, I will let you know that in the beginning of the school year, every child gets put on a bus route in case they want to ride the bus. And I said to her, well, that's all well and good, but I remember being specifically asked what our transportation methods were going to be in the beginning of school to avoid him being put on a bus route because shortages and because of COVID. So I still don't know why my son's name was even brought up about being a close contact. She told me that she has kids in the district, and I should know that. And I said, well, I have kids in the district too. And then I said, they asked me what my transportation method was going to be, so what do you say to that? She didn't have a response. She told me that the vice principal was going to call me back. That never happened. I emailed Mrs. Embaum. I'm still waiting to this day for either a phone call return or an email. Nothing, 8 days later. I just may show up there tomorrow. Haven't decided yet. But I would like some answers. Why was my kid's name said that he was on a bus that he's never on? And where's the safety? How come they think my kid's on a bus that he's not on? And if he's not there, where do you think he is? I mean, I just don't know. I'm concerned about that. So I don't know if any other parents got the bus phone call, but it seemed like a kind of an effort to put people in quarantine on purpose. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment?
Hi, my name is Samantha Ignatowicz. I have 3 kids in the district, 1 in Old Mill and 2 in middle school. We've been here in this town 7 years. I have known Chris all the time, from the beginning of the move here. Recently, I found out the other party that BOE is trying to make happy, okay? I'm doing all of this because not for my children, please. If you are teachers or my kids, it has nothing to do with them. My fight is for everybody. I want equality in your decision. I want none of us to be divided. But what I'm hearing, since I moved here, I have no interest in any of this. I have no interest to be involved. I'm about fun, I'm about entertaining. Everybody knows me about that. I do not want to do this, but I have no choice. My kids want to stay in the district, so I have to start involving in this. So I've been asking a lot of questions around, trying to dig in, what is the root of this that BOE is not listening to us? I want to know. I want to know why. You claim that you work a lot, you stand for us, but I don't see any of it. I'm sorry. I recently found out the other party, so-called, that you guys are trying to make happy. I don't know if it's true or not, but I tried to find out. It's the union. It's the union. I was told. So I said, okay. Everybody knows in this state NJEA rules, right? Everybody knows that. They make the call, they donate whatever by the Democrat Party, whatever they need to do. I don't give a shit what they do. I'm sorry. Sorry about my language. I'm going towards our local level only, right? I found out as a union, so I tried to approach union. What a disaster. They told me I'm disturbing, I'm irrational. Okay, I'm passionate, so pardon me for that. So their claim is they have vision and purpose and work for our children. Can we know what that is? No, they don't want to work with us. We are a disturbance to them. The community is not what they look out for. The teachers are what they look out for. So I gave that up. I said, can we work together? If the BOE is looking out for you and not us, that's division. I want equality. They're here. They're up here. We're here. We are parents. These are the children in the school. So that comes down to that. I wanted to do parents association. So I was told that's what BOE is about. So I said, well, they're not doing anything for us. My dear friend, Chris, and Playboy is right there sitting. We cannot talk about anything, nothing, because we end up fighting, arguing. She says, Sam, you don't understand. I said, try me. I might be naive because I never had any interest, but I'm not dumb. Try me. He can't say anything. So all of you on there, I have a question. 2 of you were the children in the district. None of you have them. right? What is your purpose on this VOE? What is your purpose? What is it, your motivation? You say you put a lot of hours in, all of that. Our children are still with masks, the hazing, all of it. Not just one thing, a lot of it. I want us to work together. I just want you guys to hear us. Do something. The union behind me are probably shaking their head and rolling their eyes or whatever, okay? I mean, come on. These are our children, our own flesh and blood. You guys are responsible. These are our future. These kids are our future. You're not doing anything right now. You told us not to say that, to resign, all of that. What are you doing for them? Every day we wait for answers. We email you, we ask you questions, nothing. Where is the transparency we want? I can't talk to my friend because I would ruin my friendship. I respect him as a BOE member. I respect all of you guys. But we are in the dark. We don't hear anything from you guys. What are you working for? Money? Power? What is it? This is like a popularity vote? I don't know. The gentleman here, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be. Do we know him? We just hired him. Do we have background check on him? Anything? I don't know, you tell me. What is your purpose, Rolf? Why are you on the board? You don't have any children. I'm just asking. What is the purpose that you're on the board?
This is not question and answer.
Okay,
If you want to
so
talk to me after the meeting, I'll talk to you after the meeting.
Okay, I will. I'm just saying, like, you guys are sitting there, we don't have any answer. We email, we ask you questions, nothing. Who are you working for? Who are you trying to make happy? The mask is still there. These kids in football, is that football they have to play to be popular? And you guys are recognizing these kids? And now they're in trouble. I don't know. If you're doing your job, we don't have to be here. I don't have to be here. I can be having a party at home right now. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm enjoying my beer at home. I don't need to be here. So I'm sorry, Chris. I don't mean to direct at you. I love you. You know that. I can't even talk to you because everything becomes a shield between us. Chris, you too. You told Patty to be quiet. I don't know. You used to be on our side too. I don't know what's going on. Is it that thick book that they're talking about, that all the confidential you need to not reveal?
Yep,
I'm sorry.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Herbert. I have a question about the bus yard. What is the status of the bus yard? Are we moving it? Are we budgeting it for in the next year's budget? We have to move out of there sometime. Do we have a plan? Are we still in limbo? And the next thing is the operations budget. I'd like to see, if it's not in there, make it in there, to paint special services building. It's a disgrace.
Thank you.
Good evening, Joe Hughes, Wall resident, 2 kids in Allenwood. And I would suggest that we improve communication. We all want to get a lot of things done. We've seen impassioned residents get up at this meeting, previous meetings, and what repeatedly comes up every single meeting is the lack of communication. Emails unreturned, phone calls unreturned, answers that we're looking for week in or month in and month out that people are not getting. And so you are all in a position of leadership, and leadership requires communication back and forth. We are communicating to you. I would encourage you to prioritize communication back to us at a higher level and a more timely manner, because nothing's going to get accomplished without the back and forth communication and working together on all of these issues that we're talking about tonight.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment?
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall. Oh, I see the clock's on for me, wasn't on for others, right? Just something a little different? Okay. We just need to know what happened with the offering of the $18,000 a year of tax dollars that we didn't know about. So if that's something that was fake news, Ralph, maybe you can let us know. And have you offered the victims that same amount of money and anybody else that's not comfortable going to school here? So I think we all deserve that answer. And I want to know if Athena Cornell just has a blank checkbook, because supposedly the letter came from her. So I don't know why she's writing letters offering money. That's our money. She doesn't live in Wall. She's not a great attorney. And now she's offering our money. So, you know, that's why Senator Sarlo came out and said, you know, everybody needs to resign. And I agree. It's what I said in November. And I stand by it. You're not working for the students, and you're not working for the taxpayers. I understand the new person that just came on the board. The first question you ask anybody is, do you have any conflicts in the district? Because now we just hired somebody that his brother or relative works in the school district. He doesn't have any kids in the district anymore. He never comes to meetings. So why would you pick him tonight? Why? So I guess, Ms. Hodnett, you were the first, and I'm wondering, do you know him? Because I think your relative works over at the school, too.
Ms. Cross, these comments are out of line.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
We need to know what conflicts he has, because now he can't vote on a number of items. He doesn't have kids in the district. That woman was perfect. She had kids in the district. She was an attorney. She was very bright. But no, we didn't pick her, because God forbid we had somebody bright in the back. Right? We can't have somebody there that's honest, that's just gonna like pick apart everything that you're doing. And nothing against you, but yeah, we don't know, did you have a background check, this and that, which these people have gone after me for. So my name was on an agenda and it shouldn't have been. And Miss Athena, go over. What did you do to say that I could be on the board? Because the same thing happened in another town, and the judge ruled she couldn't be on the board because she had a lawsuit and it wasn't settled. And speaking of lawsuits, you were supposed to turn over a number of documents. I wrote a check for them, and I've gotten nothing. So I don't know what this board is doing, but I wrote you a check, and I don't have any of those documents, and I'm wondering why. Get on this attorney. They need to be fired. We're getting bad legal advice. Yes, Joe, write that down. They need to be fired. Because this offering on December 15th, we need you to answer tonight, Miss Athena Cornell, so we know why you offered that money. And, you know, I think the new interim athletic director should be here. What is he doing for $600 a day? He's been here 2 weeks. You could have had an updated anti-hazing policy on the books, like all the other schools did in 2014. But Cheryl Dyer, I looked back, Eric Brophy was on the board back then. We did nothing. So I'm sure Strauss Esme sent you a suggestion, and why didn't you do it? And we need a timeline for everything. So the November bills, everything gets held up by Brian Smythe. He sits on everything. I mean, it's just one problem after the next on the attorney bills. Subpoenas, subpoena. You know, judge this, judge that. We've got some major problems here, and we're not getting anywhere with you people here. And Joey, you're going to go over all the interest. You were going to get back to me and have it at this meeting. Why you weren't making interest on all the money in the bank?
That was answered at the last meeting.
No, Joe said he was going to make it his mission to go over this.
Excuse me, Ms.
I've
Cross.
asked for these
Please direct your
reports.
comments to the chair. Thank you.
We got 18 million in the bank right now, and you can go over all those numbers, Joe, because that's what you were working on. Miss Athena, go over what you went over, saying I could be on the board when I couldn't be. And we didn't have any names of people that were interviewing tonight, but you had my name on an agenda when you shouldn't. And you put my son's picture in your lawsuit, and you're going to be sued. And I hope you lose your license,
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Your
McKeever
time is
and
up.
Mr. Scarillo.
Your time is up. Thank
Mr.
you.
President,
Yes.
point of clarity.
Was Mrs. Cross's name on the agenda because she was elected by the people in this district?
That is absolutely 100% true.
Thank you.
And you asked
You are done.
if I was taking the
You are
seat,
done.
and
Thank
I
you,
did
Ms.
not
Cross.
reply,
Your time
and
is
you
up.
put my name on there
Your time is
anyway.
up, Ms. Cross.
So let's clarify
Thank
that.
you. Your
You
time
said
is
I
up.
needed to have a background check
You had
first.
the opportunity to serve, and you
Right.
chose not to.
No,
So
I
thank
could
you.
not.
Thank you.
Let the attorney go over it.
Thank you. Ms.
what
Cross,
did
your
you
time is
review?
up. Your
Athena,
time
what
is up.
did you review?
Is there anybody else for public comment this evening? Please
Go
come up.
over
Thank
the
you.
18,000.
Ms. Cross,
Who
your
offered
time is
that
up.
money? So answer the question.
And this is why we have to step out, Ms. Cross, because you don't give other people the floor and you're rude to them.
Okay.
Lisa Adam, Wall Township. There's just a lot of negativity, so I figured I'd maybe end the meeting on something a little bit positive. I was invited by Dr. Handerhan and the mental health team that's working with the schools to a community conversation, as it was called. It was a room full of parents with all different interests, from elementary school to high school. And we were asked when we got there why we thought we were invited. And we all had something different to say. For me, I think I was invited because I'm very involved in the football team. I have a freshman and a senior that both play, not for popularity, but because it matters to them. And my opinion mattered in that room. So I appreciated that meeting. I hope we can continue those. I felt like we wonder, everyone says, what are you doing? What are you doing? I don't know. I'm not on the board. I don't know what you're doing, what you're supposed to be doing. I don't know. I do know that that moment, those 3 hours, that mental health team spent with us in that room showed us what we're trying to do. And what we're trying to do is move forward, because we are forgetting their children. All of them, every single one of them are children. Victims, assailants, accused. I mean, we've lost a student this year. And now we're talking about how the things that are said in this room are negative, and those families are being harassed because of false statements. That is awful. We have got to think before we speak in this room. Make sure what you say is kind and honest, and it might not be well received because we don't all always want to hear what we all have to say, but they're children. We're talking about our children. So let's be careful with our words. If we can continue these community conversations, they're important. We spoke about everything from masks to dress codes, to football teams, to racism, to Spirit Week. It was a room where parents with different opinions from all different sections of town got together and got to speak to each other. I didn't know people in that room, and I've been in this district. I have a 20-year-old. So it was fantastic. If we could keep that up and maybe bring the level down and have really true conversations, I think we have an opportunity to move forward. So I just ask that you not let that go, and that we keep doing that, because our voices matter and our kids are listening.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Dr. Handerhan, do you have a few things?
Yes, I would like to address a few things. Well, first up, I would like to mention that the mental health consultants that we have been working with, we will be offering more of these meetings and expanding it to different groups throughout the township. So I thank you for that feedback, and we absolutely will be moving forward and continuing in that vein. I would also like to address communication really in a general sense. Communication is something that I hear needs improvement. It needs improvement. It needs more improvement. And I wholeheartedly agree with you. I am speaking for myself right now. One of the biggest challenges is time. There's, and again, I'm only speaking for myself. Since I've arrived, there's been, several very difficult issues that we've had to navigate as a district. I have objectives. I was hired to do certain jobs. I have worked very hard to really move forward with some institutional change. I work very hard behind the scenes, and I recognize that, that communication must be a priority. I am working on that and working on a more cohesive and frequent plan. But I'll tell you, it's not because of hiding. It's because, I just, 24 hours a day just isn't enough when you're, dealing with complex issues. And I certainly hear what you're saying. I certainly respect your position. But I did want to address that in a large-scale sense. I did hear some questions regarding the intermediate school, lunch pods, and things revolving lunch. I ask that you do reach out to the building principal at the intermediate school. And if some time has gone by where you haven't gotten a response, please reach out again. I will tell you again, from speaking from my experience, sometimes you just get a tremendous amount of emails and a tremendous amount of phone calls, and sometimes things get lost in the shuffle. So if you have not gotten a call back from building leadership, please do continue to reach out. Another issue that I did have a couple emails regarding is the high school's move of the 8th grade transition evening from 8th grade to 9th grade. Our intention was to have it as a live event. Regrettably, where we are, but certainly where we were when we came back from the holidays, the numbers, the COVID-19 data was not good. Our local numbers were very high, and when you're looking at a very large scale event like a transition evening for the entire 8th grade with their families, that's a lot of people. And our goal is to keep our schools open for full-time instruction for our students. We want our students to be healthy. We want our staff, our faculty to be healthy as well. I would like to say that we certainly have maintained some activities that are in person throughout the district. Frankly, it was a numbers game. The 8th to 9th grade transition evening, just the number of people is what drove that to the virtual platform. But please know that we are hosting several in-person events where we can maintain the proper social distancing, because we absolutely acknowledge that, extracurricular activities, engaging parents, that is all part of the schooling process. It's part of the school community, and we want to continue that as well. We want to continue that as well too. And when we can do so, when maintaining the social distancing, we absolutely will. So as we navigate where we are right now, we're in January. I'm looking, as you know, the numbers are posted on Friday mornings, so I look at that data very closely. I communicate with the health department very closely. I'm hoping that things improve in the very near future, so that we can start moving towards providing more and more activities for our kids. Because we do recognize that that is all part of the schooling process. And on a more trivial note, I think I misspoke when I was talking about primary school and penguins. That's the Antarctic for the penguins. So I believe I said Arctic, and that I believe was a mistake. So,
How dare you?
But I can tell you, I am going to do my very best to sneak over to primary school so I can learn all about what's going on for the winter festival. So clearly I can learn a lot from 3- and 4-year-olds regarding the the animals in the Antarctic and the Arctic. So with that, thank you all for coming out tonight. And Mr. Adonisio, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Henderhan. So, I mean, there were a lot of great comments this evening from parents that came out. And yes. Well, yes, and I was going to actually ask you, but go ahead. And if you miss something, I'll ask you.
Because mine are just itemized. With regard to some of the public comment, with regard to contact tracing on the busing, that's not in an effort to put more kids out on quarantine. Last year, we made an attempt to take attendance of the students on the bus every single day. So for the purposes of contact tracing, we would scan, fax, review attendance sheets for every route, which drivers are running 3 to 4 routes. We have the circumstances, we're short bus drivers. Anybody who wants to drive a bus, please come over. We'll train you for the CDL. But we don't have the ability to take attendance every day. Now keep in mind, if there's an incident on the bus procedures are that there is a seating chart that is created so that every student that is in fact on the bus is identified. But for the purposes of contact tracing, we have assigned seats for all the buses. So if there's a positive in the district, one of the checks is, hey, these students are within close contact on a school bus. Well, the first check is, were they in school that day? So they'll check attendance. If not, well, then obviously they're not a close contact. The next question would be, depending on the level, ask a parent, were they on the bus? They were on the bus, and they were in their assigned seat, and we look to verify that sometimes. And again, that's a time-consuming task in transportation with bus video, if necessary. But we typically go by the assigned seat, and if they're on the bus, well, they're a close contact. If they were not on the bus because either they don't ride the bus ever, or that particular day they did not ride the bus, then they wouldn't be a close contact. So it's a means to identify that the schools are using to identify close contacts, which is what's required. With regard to the transportation compound, that is something that is discussed on a regular basis. We currently rent space over on Old Mill Road. A couple years ago, we were notified that there was going to be development in the area and that we were going to have to vacate the spot. We searched the township for another location. We actually went into a shared service agreement with Howell as a backup in case we did need to vacate where we currently are. That was an agreement with the Howell Township School District to house our buses in their yard. We haven't needed to exercise that because there hasn't been the development in the area where we currently keep our buses, and we've been assured each year that we're able to maintain our buses there, and that is something we routinely check with the landlord, and it is in our long-range facility plan to find a more permanent location for our student transportation compound. With regard to the special services building, that is in the budget this year. It was included in the budget. It's actually with the architects. It's been reported at finance facility meetings, at board meetings. It's with the architect. They're in design. They're going to be going out to bid, and the work is going to be done either in the spring or the summer.
And Mr. Smythe, just to be clear, that's more than just painting. There's a number of repairs that need to be done.
Yes.
So people don't think we're going to an architect to paint.
No, it's a lot more involved than just painting. With regard to the background check, our newest board members, because they are an appointment either by the county executive superintendent or the Board of Education, they have 30 days from that appointment to complete their background check. Mr. Buffer was advised last Thursday, and I think, is it 100% complete? Or at least it has been submitted at this point. So, and Mr. Maliff will have 30 days from today in order to complete the criminal background check. On an election, it's 30 days from when the election is certified. So the election in November was certified on November 16th. So the date to complete the background check is December 16th. However, they provide leeway that if you don't complete it by the December 16th, if you are able to schedule the fingerprinting process and the delay is based on the vendor, then you can submit a receipt and an authorization form to the Board of Education so that you can be seated on the board, and then the background check needs to be completed by the next regular Board of Education meeting, which would have been tonight, January 18th. All that information was continually reported, and what we do with elected Board of Education members, we've changed the way we design the format of the agenda. We're using board docs now, It makes it, it provides us the ability to easily do that. And again, it was an opportunity to recognize those that were elected. Mr. Buffa was appointed by the county executive superintendent. We revised that, as well as the additional coursework. I think it had the term remedial, but it was an opportunity for students in the summer to catch up, some of the education they lost, and the ESSER funds are being designated for those type of purposes. We have a couple more years to use those ESSER funds, and that continues to get monitored and prioritized by the district.
Thank you. Dr. Handerhan, in regards to, and we've had discussions about this, some of these, I guess, screwy quarantine rules and different things. We went from 14 days in December down to potentially 5 days now. Don't you and the administration have ongoing conversations with the health department to the point where you question some of these things that come out and these rules?
Yes, we do, and they have been changing. And I know so many of us were happy to see the 5-day option, the 5-day recommendation come down the pike. No one wants to tell a student that they can't come to school for 10 days or 7 days with a negative test. No one wants to tell them that for 5 days, but we are following the recommendations and the guidelines with fidelity. We have made some adjustments that have been common sense. The quarantines themselves, I'll tell you, to your point, Mr. Adonisio, there has been a lot of discussion with the health department, the administrators, me, and one of the, just a very simple one, was moving to the 5 days. We had the 5 days for close contacts, but then there were questions that we had, logistic questions for students and staff that did indeed test positive and were home, and to come back, what that would look like after 5 days following the guidance from the NJDOH. So there were some logistical clarifications that we needed from the health department. So we're moving forward. We are pleased now that we are in a position where we have the 5-day quarantines, and some school districts, because I hear other school districts with reference to voluntary quarantines. Every school district has a unique set of circumstances, and our circumstances are unique to Wall Township. So with that, looking forward to the spring. Last year, the spring was a good time in Wall Township Public Schools, and I truly welcome that time, and I do hope we get there soon.
Thank you. Ms. Cornell, did you have anything?
I think the only thing was just a quick clarification on the mask mandate, because that is still a requirement that Governor Murphy recently extended. It doesn't fall into the category of a guideline or a suggestion or a recommendation. It's an actual mandate that the board is required to comply with at this time. And I mean, there's probably no one that's looking more forward to the time when we can no longer have a mask mandate and remove the mask from the kids than the board. But unfortunately, that day has not quite come yet. With regard to educating all of our students, which was a reference earlier today, that is a requirement. Obviously, the board is responsible to educate all students who are domiciled in the district, regardless of need, regardless of discipline status, regardless of health, any of those issues. We're still obligated to do so, and whether that is in the district or outside of the district, it depends on how the needs can be met.
Thank you.
No. Mr. President?
Yes.
I just wanted to add something. because it came up in questions about, who we're working for and what are we doing. So it was another meeting filled with harassment and intimidation comments from certain members of the community. And I just want to point out, to my knowledge, we're on our second consecutive year of being a town that can't run candidates for the Board of Ed. So what that means is people sometimes step up to do a write-in candidacy. I did it last year. This year we had people do it. Some of the people took their seat, others didn't. But we are becoming the town that can't get people to volunteer for our public schools. And it's a very bad place to be. To say this job is thankless doesn't even begin to cover it. I think that you need to think about how you attend these meetings and how we interact with each other, because as a community member and also as a board member, it's concerning to me that we continue to have people not run for election for these seats. I would prefer to have people on the ballot so that we could have people debate, which is the way the democratic process is supposed to work. Tonight we had a first meeting with 2 new board members who then had to handle some attacks from the community. I don't think that's who we want to be. We are in a town that is currently going through some struggle, and we're seeing it play out in our schools. And it's not saying that what we do is perfect every time, but if we're going to continue to act like this, and people are going to continue to not run for election or resign once they get elected, who will help run our schools? If we all did resign tonight, what would the solution to that look like? That's it, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hodnett. Well said.
Yeah, one last thing for me.
Sure.
I think it is funny, follow up on Kristen. There was a kind of like a funny Facebook post I saw today about how long it would be before a member of the public would ask to either say that we picked the wrong person, or it was or asked to be resigned, or some nonsense. So the going rate was 2 months. So I think those were very optimistic people. So we found out today it was probably like 10 minutes before people that were appointed were already accused of being, so.
And again, that is the problem at these meetings, where people have the opportunity to speak, but there's always someone that wants to yell out and be rude to everybody else. So, all right. So with that, could I have a motion? Okay, this is.
I'll grant the motion to adjourn.
No, motion to go back into executive session for letters. Ms. Cross, do you ever stop? Really? I mean, please. For letters A, D, G, and H on the agenda. Could I have a motion?
I'll grant that motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We will be adjourning from executive session. No further action will be taken by the board.